よし。いいでしょう、これで。やってみましょう。ストーリーをね。ストーリーをやって、馬来た。何時？3時。3時ぐらいか。3時過ぎ。3時半ぐらい。あ、腹すかしたまんまや。間に合うかな。間に合わなさそうやな。ーんと、バラキ保存料とか。保存料いらなくない？普通に食えるし。これか、修練士。うん。お、話せるやん。
God's blessings. What can I do for you?
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No. Good luck then.
No.
God grant you health.
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No.
カールならカールって書いてそうやけどな。うわ、書いてんじゃん。マンフレット。護衛マンフレット。
God save you. What can I do for you?
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No.
カールおったし。カールあいつか。
One beer.
Here, enjoy it.
Going.
Are there any problems around here I might be able to help with?
Nothing I've heard about. Thank the good.
You wouldn't be Carl by any chance?
No.
See you later.
No.
Here, enjoy it.
あ、話せるようになってる。
God be with you. What can I do for you?
Are you Carl by any chance?
I am. Why do you ask?
I've heard that you're bound for the monastery.
Yes, it's true. But I've convinced my faithful guardian, Manfred, to give me a few more days of freedom. Mind you, he won't let me visit the brothel. So instead, I'm devoting those days to the demon drink. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
My name is Henry.
Pleased to meet you, Henry.
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
I would give you your weight in gold, if I had any. But Manfred there, my guardian angel and caretaker, has all the coin. He never takes so much as a single step away from me. If you help me get rid of it.
He's been listening to us the entire time.
So what? Listen, friend, let's raise a glass. Manfred here's a sleepy old goat. We can talk once he dozes off. Please, get rid of him for me, any way you can. Good luck then.
ああ。これを追っ払う。
Got it for you right here.
You're Manfred, the young lord's guardian?
Indeed I am. Why?
You must have a mighty thirst. Waiting here with him for days, just watching him get drunk, and not having a sip yourself.
There's no doubt I'd enjoy a drink. Heaven knows I deserve it. But if I dull my senses in the slightest, that rogue will surely get up to mischief.
So let's drink together. And if you start to feel unwell, I'll keep an eye on him. Like you said, you deserve some fun.
I can see you're a reliable lad. So what shall we have to drink? And while we're at it, why not have a little game?
来た。来た
We'll
け
see
ど、
whose side Lady Luck is on.
ダイス持ってねえわ。
Got it
こ
for
れ
you
で
right here.
パス。またダイスか。ダイスちょいちょい。おお、ビール。
I'm off to a great start.
ジョッキをそこに置くなよ。お、ちょっとここで。
One beer.
あぶね。パス。ジョッキ。ジョッキでやんな、お前。ジョッキでやってるこいつ。
We'll see.
あ、行くね。
God's holy hat.
あ、234ん ?23456 パス。
Now you.
Ale for me.
100パス。
This'll be the one.
Here.
That's it.
行くね。大丈夫かい。
Damn.
300でいいからな。
If I was in your shoes, I'd pass while the going's good. Not afraid of
あ、
anything.
5で取ったな。しくった。5で取ったやん。やってもうた。あー、時間の無駄。時間の無駄やな。
What the hell's with these damn dice?
やってもうたわ。
Ah, come on. It's time I had a throw. Ah, come on. It's time I had a throw.
やってないか。
No matter.
マジか。
It wouldn't have helped much anyway.
300が遠いやん。
This'll be the one.
ジョッキー。お、マジか。詰めてきたし。あ、やばい。これはやばい。
Finished.
一気に詰められたよ。ちょっと遊びすぎた。6、
Damn.
Here.
I've had enough.
Said you wouldn't drink today.
Silence. I'm going to sleep. Here's a few coins. Have fun. Tomorrow, we're going to the monastery. Is that clear?
Couldn't you give me more? This isn't even enough for a toothless hole.
It's enough for beer. Good start.
What's the hold up there?
The service is a bit slow here today.
ひょろひょろなってる。
Manfred's taken care of, just as you wanted.
Thank God. He won't let me out of his sight for a second, and he's itching to get me in the monastery so he can head back home.
Why are you being sent to the monastery?
Like every lusty young lad, I'm fond of fair maidens, but I got too fond of one, and let's just say she was, indisposed for 9 months.
But they don't send you to the monastery for that.
They do, when it's the daughter of the Lord of your feet.
Shit.
Shit is putting it mildly. The Lord of Bookover was less than pleased. He knows he'll never marry off his daughter now, so he gave father a choice. Either pay him 1,000 groschen in compensation, along with my balls on a silver platter, or pay 1,000 groschen and put me away somewhere no one will ever see me again.
Why does your guardian never leave your side?
So I don't run away. Of course, I'm free to walk around, but he watches every step I take and won't stop until I'm behind the monastery walls.
Well, he's not watching you now.
What good is that to me when he has all the money, and even my saddle and riding cloak under lock and key?
なるほどね。
Why don't you just run away?
Bare-arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work, I have no money, and that old bastard's even taken my cloak. He has me in the palm of his hand.
But there are poor people everywhere and they get by somehow.
If I have to choose between hunger and poverty on one hand and the monastic life on the other, I'm afraid the monastery wins. If I could only steal that old man's pouch, I'd be gone faster than lightning and no one would ever see me again.
護衛の財布を盗む。
What if I entered the monastery instead of you?
What? Voluntarily? You don't look like someone who'd want to spend the rest of his days on his knees praying. Well, that's your problem. You can only enter the monastery if you know how to read and write, and if you have a special writ from the abbot. That's a letter confirming they know who you are and that they've accepted you.
So you give me your writ. I'll just tell them I'm you.
Manfred has the writ. You'd have to take it from him, but he only puts it down when he sleeps.
So I'll steal it and then you can disappear.
Disappear? Bare arsed. What the hell would I do? I don't know how to work.
But there are poor people everywhere.
If I have to choose
Kita,
between
kita.
hunger and...
オッケー。
That's all then.
Take care.
結んでこいと。結んでこいということか。ならず者。これ。
Are you volunteering to get your head smashed in?
そうだ、来い。何こいつ。
That's right. Let's go.
いきなり。いきなり。
Now that.
消えた。いた、いれいれいれ。
Yo! Ah!
お、印象差が上がった。はは。やだ、主人。いけるね。荷物。上で寝てんのか。ああ、なるほど。とりあえず服脱ごうか。とりあえず服脱いで、これで見られへんかな。大丈夫かな。大丈夫や。え、こいつじゃない？こいつじゃなさそう。画商かよ。画商かよ。ちげえよ。お前じゃねえよ。こっちやったわ。ちゃんと近づいて。これと、これか。OK。成功。修道率ってもローブ来てないけどな。大丈夫かな。
I've got what you need.
Excellent. Give me the purse. You can do as you like with the writ.
まあ別にいいけどな。すべては。
Here you are.
Good luck, no matter what you plan on doing with those monks. Best be on your way now before Manfred finds out that he's been robbed.
And what are you going to do?
Get my things together and disappear. I want to be as far away as possible before that old man even knows I'm gone. Goodbye. Pull me an A.
あ、修道士の服か。持ってなかったっけな。修道士の服。持ってなさそう。持ってなさそう、これ。あ、ないわ。ないんか、そっか。
Yeah.
上か上かな。監督官やな。監督官聴取。あれここじゃないな。こんなか。こいつこいつやった。勝ちながら眠ってるやん。お、出てきてくれた。
Is there something you need?
警戒されてるから。警戒されてるから喋りかけられん。Come on. Come on. と。あ、いけた。
I'm Carl. I'm supposed to enter as a novice.
We expected you sooner. Weren't you supposed to come here with your guardian? It's been so hectic lately, people will keep turning up out of the blue.
He gave me the papers and left me at the gate. You must be used to that, though. I'm not the first novice here, am I?
But that wasn't very considerate of him, was it? It's been so hectic here lately, novices arriving one after the other. The last one didn't even have a letter, and you'd think his backside was on fire, the way he kept looking over his shoulder.
You took him without the letter. You didn't find that suspicious?
My guess is he wanted to hide from someone, but he's a priest and knows how things work in the monastery, so there was nothing to prevent him from being accepted, at least temporarily. You're a different case, though. Are you able to read?
Naturally. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
So then, are you ready to enter the Order of Saint Benedict and renounce forever the temptations of this world?
I am.
Then you must rid yourself of all your worldly possessions. Sell them or give them to the poor and needy or donate them to the monastery. You may not enter this place burdened by worldly goods. Inside the gatehouse is a trunk in which you will find monks' robes. Put away all your possessions and dress yourself in the habit. Then you may rest a while I go and see the prior to arrange matters for your acceptance. God be with you.
OK。すべての持ち物を修道院を身につける。これどこにあるって。
Farewell.
ここのトランクでいいんかな。あかんや。あかんや。侵入する前にセーブしとくか。松明とかはいいでしょう。大丈夫でしょう。多分ここのことやと思うんやけど。
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realise how much I'd grown used to it.
Everything's prepared. It's time for you to take your vows.
Do I really have to wear this?
You'd better get used to it. You'll be wearing it for the rest of your life.
brothers in Christ, we have gathered here today to welcome a new novice into our midst. Dear brother, forget your former life and embrace your new vocation in the community of the monks of St. Benedict. Opus Dei, obedientia, obprobria, the service of God, obedience, and endurance of all discomfort. These are the cornerstones and succor of our order, which on this day shall become your own. Suscipe me, Domine, secundum eloquium tuum, et vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione mea.
Suscipe me, Domine, secundum in loquium tuum vivam, et non confundas me ab expectatione me.
Accept your new name, Brother Gregor, and wear it with honor. Welcome, brother.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide you around the monastery and tell you what you can expect and what your duties will be.
Thanks for helping me out during the ceremony. I had no idea what I was supposed to do.
You don't know Latin, do you? Don't worry. Work in the scriptorium will teach you fast enough. Why exactly are you here? Was it your choice? Or did someone force you to come?
パイ予想を見つけ出す4つなんかいろいろクエストがクリアになっていってるな。そうやな。罰を
I'm being punished. If it were up to me, I'd still be spending my days in taverns and my nights with whores.
I don't envy you. Unfortunately, you're here for the rest of your life.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education. Although I must say, so far the monastic life's been quite unexpected.
Is it alright if we don't do the tour?
I thought that since you're literally a complete novice, you'd be interested to know what you have to do tomorrow. But if you don't want to come with me, I won't force you. Here's a letter from the prior with the daily schedule. Read it and observe it.
Let's go then.
Good. But before we do, here's a letter directly from the prior telling you all your regular duties from tomorrow onwards. Make sure to read it this evening, so you know how things work. Right, we can go now. Follow me closely. I'll explain everything as we go. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs. This is the way to the...
なんてあースルーしたー。大体場所知ってるけど、侵入したことあるけど。
This is the garden, a place for silent contemplation and meditation. Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers, Saint Procopius. His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing any misbehaving novices. So beware.
Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library. These are the places where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work.
As a novice, you must always listen to your superior brethren, and above us monks are the prior and the circators, who punish every infraction. You'll know them by the canes they carry. Do what they say. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat. During meals, you must be silent. Only one brother reads aloud from the rule of Saint Benedict.
The rule is the only law we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts, expect a swift punishment. But I've already told you about the circuitous. The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You, too, will learn how. And that's all. Today you are still free from duty, but tomorrow you begin work like the others. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We'll be glad to help you. And I recommend you get to know the other novices. You already know me. Then there is Siskin, Yodok, and Lucas.
Thanks for showing me around. There's a lot to learn here. Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's not much to tell. I lived in Vlashim, and after my father died, I found out I wasn't much of a merchant. So I left the shop to my brother, and decided to become a monk. It's peaceful here. There's food and lots of time to read.
So you chose to come here?
It may seem strange, but I'm one of the few novices that did. I might be the only one. The truth is, the idea of spending my life in a monastery was more appealing than being cooped up in a greasy old shop.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Truthfully, everyone except us. But officially, Abbot Peter. And soon enough, someone else. As if it mattered. Our life will still be work and prayer.
I see. Are there any rifts between the brothers?
Yes. From the moment talk began about electing a new abbot, it's been like a hornet's nest here. Strange you haven't noticed.
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select a new abbot from amongst the brethren. The candidates are John and Nevlas. And if you ask me for my opinion, Nevlas is definitely the right man. Unfortunately, no one cares about my opinion because novices get no say.
Tell me something about life here.
Work, prayer, as if you didn't know. We serve God, and that's the central truth of our lives.
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Someone takes care of the library, someone else the garden. The abbot supervises everyone, and in his absence, the prior. But it's the circators you should worry about. They're the brothers who'll make sure we observe the rule. They can be quite strict, so if you want to avoid getting punished, always act righteously and do your duties honestly.
Who would you choose as the new abbot if you could?
Why should I even think about that when I don't have the right to vote? Gregor, don't go poking your nose into other people's business. You'll sleep better at night.
で今の目標が修道士の服白やな。日々の赤。施設内作業。午後9時就寝。早っ。9時ね、3時起き。もうちょいで寝なあかんや。
Forbidden books must
Get
be
away
in
from
that
our cabinet. The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see. Praise be to Christ, brother.
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. But I've no time for idle chat. I transcribe books from dawn till dusk. I've been doing it for years, and I'll be doing it till the day I die.
What, you do nothing else?
It is my penance and my blessing. And now, brother, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this page finished. Get away from our cabinet. The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see.
はいはい。大概ここの盗んでるから。次。いやもう先に来て盗んじゃったからな。なんもねえわ。ほんまにないな、あんまないな。
Talk to me, brother.
Listen, brother. Is there anyone in the monastery who can help me get hold of something, well, something that's not so readily available?
If you're looking to get into mischief, I'm certainly not going to help you.
怒られたし。
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book.
I have no idea. Why don't you ask Brother Librarian?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
あ、ここら辺は後でいいかな。就寝時間が迫ってるから。試食か。上か。松明とかもないの。松明もないのか。マジか。あれ？図書館どこ？ シスキン、こいつか。
What would you like?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. I need to make a confession.
I'm no priest, but tell me what you've done. It's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief. He had a hand in burning down the Neuhof stud.
You don't say. And who are you to take such an interest?
Someone whose job it is to investigate the case, find the perpetrators and make sure they get the punishment they deserve.
Punishment? Do you intend to punish them here, in the monastery?
I don't know yet. I'm still just on their trail. Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices. I've only recently heard about the Neuhof incident, and all the other brethren have been here much longer than that.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices, but still, I don't know which one it could be.
3. Please, leave me out of it. And you're right that it could be any one of them. No one knows anything about Lucas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. It wouldn't surprise me if he was behind that massacre. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous rat who'd do anything to get in someone's good books. The thought of Yodok at Neuhof sends chills up my spine.
I don't think it was him. But please, don't tell a soul what we've been talking about.
Don't fret, my friend. Your secrets are locked inside my lips.
It occurs to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me?
Lockpicks? You surprise me, brother. And you, a nobleman's son. But you could ask Brother Solarius. They say he used to be a thief.
なるほど。外に出れるからな、正直。
God be with you. Talk to me, brother.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Abbot Peter is the administrator of the monastery, but you won't see him. He's always traveling, and on top of that he's old and infirm. Perhaps the good Lord will bless him with many more years of life.
And what happens when the old abbot dies?
Then we elect a new one.
Are there any candidates to be the new abbot?
Yes, there are. Brothers John and Neverless. Cursed elections. Since the brothers began talking about them, there's only been strife in the monastery. On one side are brothers who like to see John as abbot. On the other, those who support Neverless. And they seem to be capable of fighting about it forever.
Tell me about John.
John is a Circator, and the oldest brother here. It would be only natural if he took the crossier from Peter. He has experience, merit, and composure. He'd lead the monastery wisely.
I'd like to know about Nevlas.
Nevlas manages the monastery's property. He doesn't have the most experience, but his drive and heart are pure, his faith firm, and his ideas rational. Although perhaps he's too keen to change our routines here, which many brothers don't like.
Why does it matter so much who wins?
Because the future direction of the monastery hangs in the balance. The younger brothers feel they have to work more than their superior brothers, and that some brothers are more concerned with their own comfort than with worshipping God. The older brothers take a different view. They say the younger monks want privileges they haven't earned, and each side has its own candidate.
I thought politics weren't part of the monastic way of life.
You're right. But we know nothing besides the monastery, and the abbot's decisions can influence our entire life. Some of the brothers take it very personally.
Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now are about the election of the new abbot. They can already see poor Peter in his grave.
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
The old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are two candidates. Half the monastery wants John, the other half Nevertheless. And there's no chance they'll come to an agreement. But you've probably already noticed the atmosphere around here.
Tell me something about life here.
Prayer, work, obedience. That just about sums it up.
Can you tell me something about the rule of St. Benedict?
7 centuries ago, St. Benedict of Nursia wrote a collection of monastic rules, which we still follow today. They're read at every meal. The fundamental precepts are obedience, work, and prayer. We're fully devoted to serving God. The outside world beyond the monastery walls is foreign to us.
Do you never want to know what's going on out there?
And what should be going on? The sky is just as blue, and the grass is just as green. Perhaps the rulers change, but the greatest ruler of them all will remain unchanged through the ages.
I'm interested in the monastery's history.
It was founded by St. Procopius 500 years ago. After his death, heretics occupied the place for some time. But then the order was restored and brothers of the true faith returned.
Heretics, you say?
They wanted to worship God with some foreign rituals, in a language foreign to God. They were driven away and their books burned.
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Well, the abbot is the head, but he's not here now. Then there's the prior, and the sub-prior, the librarian, the porter, and many others. As a novice, you should be particularly mindful of the circators. They're the ones who maintain discipline and punish bad behavior.
What can you tell me about the novices here?
What can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God and to live a monastic life. After a year, you can make your vows to become a fully fledged brother.
I meant something specific about the brothers that are here.
But you know them yourself. Yodok is an odd one, but he's diligent and eager. Perhaps too eager. Siskin is good company, but a bit too worldly for a monk. Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but prays less than he ought. Lucas is as quiet as a mouse, and no one knows much about him. And then we have you, about who I know nothing.
Can you leave the monastery?
Where would you go? You have everything you need here. Anyway, all the doors here are closed and locked tight, so no one can get in or out.
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
I've thought long and hard about it, and I've decided to support John.
寝てるやつを
Leave me be. I want to stay.
いや本がね大概パクったから本がねえな
Bugger off. Let me sleep.
3時に起床か。早いな。
What is it, brother?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
一緒かな。
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
Well, the old abbot isn't dead yet. It's too early to talk about elections. But if I had to choose between the two who are already putting themselves forward, John would be my choice.
お、司書官。
What would you like?
Is it possible to learn something about the other novices in the library?
Only the abbot and the prior keep such records.
And can I see them?
No. The abbot writes and keeps his records in his chambers, and only he and the prior are permitted to read them.
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book. Do you know what it is?
It appears to be a page torn out of Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a great Roman poet. We have a few volumes by him in the library, but one of them vanished one day. Now I believe I can guess what happened. Brother Eustace, may the earth rest lightly on him, was quite narrow-minded when it came to classical literature. If a book had any mention of woman at all, he condemned it as a heretical work. If he'd had his way, all such books would have been burned. Ovid's The Art of Love must have been such a thorn in his side that he stole it from the library, tore it up, and hid the pages wherever he could.
Can you tell me something about the book?
The Art of Love is a sort of manual instructing young people how to find and maintain love. It's a lovely work. I don't understand what bothered Eustace so much about it, but as I was saying, he considered the book to be immoral and tore it up to stop it corrupting any of his brothers.
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The pages of the book could be hidden anywhere, from the garden to the refectory.
Oh, would you like me to put the book back together again?
Absolutely. Eustace's wits weren't the sharpest, so I'm sure he didn't destroy any of the pages. I imagine he hid them throughout the monastery. It might take you a while to find them all, but when you do, you can rest assured Ovid will return to his rightful place in the library.
Good. I'll look around for it.
Thank you, brother. It's of no great importance, but if you can find all 10 pages, I'll be most grateful.
5個しか見つけてないんか。とりあえず今日は寝るか。3時起床やったな。腹減ってる。腹めっちゃ減ってる。
Why are you waking me?
暗いから分からんよな。日々の日課を守っていない。なんでやねん。3時起床やろ。合ってるやんけ。めっちゃ降ってる。
Brother? Is this a tavern? Are we at a dogfight? Violence does not belong here, as you well know. This is unforgivable.
え、何もしてないやん。
Very well, brother. I accept my punishment.
Now, show me what you have on you. I must confiscate anything that is not allowed in the monastery.
何にもしてませんやん。いきなり捕らえられたんやけど。投獄されてる。前のやつが残ってたんか。
While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it.
What?
I wonder what's been going on.
地下で何が起きているのかを突き止める。巡回者ジョン。あ、
I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the church during the ceremony. I have a feeling we'll be meeting again soon, and often. You see, I'm a cicator.
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone observes the rule, does their work, and that everything is the way it should be.
And when it's not the way it should be?
But then we're authorized to mete out punishment. But certainly you won't require correction, will you, brother?
About you in the election. Will you tell me more about it?
Ask me anything you want.
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Nevlas is weak and toothless. He's full of hot hair. How anyone could think he'd make a good habit is beyond me. Enough. I don't even want to hear his name.
I'd like to know what's going on here.
Well, the young brothers feel they don't have the same rights and responsibilities as we, who have spent much of our lives here. And what of it? Privilege needs to be earned. Neverless is lying when he says he wants to right wrongs. All he cares about are benefits for himself and his cronies.
Thank you for answering. I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
Shooty ball.
Gregor, talk to me.
I'd like to ask you something about them. Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels right now.
I understand.
聞いた聞いた。
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
Brother John, obviously. No one's interested in Neverless and his new ideas.
Manpukudo 120.
Can't you see we're at mass?
あかん。
Not now, brother. After mass.
じゃあ待っとけばいいな。待っとけばいいんからな。うん。なるほど。待機すりゃいいんかな。あ、副院長。
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor. I don't know my way around here yet. You're in charge of the whole monastery, aren't you?
Welcome amongst us. Yes, yes. The Lord wanted me to take over the abbot's duties in his absence, but mainly I'm a servant of God, just like you and all the other brethren. Before God, there's no difference between us. How do you like it here?
I don't know yet. Haven't been here long.
You're too humble. I'm sure you must have some opinion, but I won't pry it out of you.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery.
一緒かい。
Will you tell me something about how the abbot is elected?
Of course. Abbot Peter is old, and we're afraid he'll soon be with our Heavenly Father. When he's gone, someone else will have to lead the monastery. All the elder brothers will assemble to choose who that is.
Anyone can become the abbot.
Precisely. We have two candidates, Nevlas and John. As the spiritual shepherd of all of the brothers here, I'm not allowed to publicly express a preference for either. And as a novice, you shouldn't be involved in the election. I know that some brothers have already begun scheming, but don't even think about getting mixed up in it. With the blessing of the Holy Spirit, all will end up as it should be.
食事をせえと。
Whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to reading. After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence. Or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way as not to disturb anyone else. Let none be said rather early at the middle of the 8th hour, and let them again do what work has to be done until Vespers. Weak or sickly brethren should be assigned a task or craft of such a nature as to keep them from idleness, and at the same time not to overburden them or drive them away with excessive toil. Their weakness must be taken into consideration by the abbot. The rule of Saint Benedict. Readings on the abbot. Therefore, when anyone receives the name of abbot, he ought to govern his disciples with a twofold teaching. That is to say, he should show them all that is good and holy, by his deeds even more than by his words, expounding the Lord's commandments in words to the intelligent among his disciples, but demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those of harder hearts and ruder minds. The abbot should always remember what he is and what he is called, and should know that to whom more is committed, from him more is required. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, the priest of Silas, the well-disposed and those of good understanding, let him correct with verbal admonition the first and second time. But bold, hard, proud, and disobedient characters he should curb at the very beginning of their ill-doing by stripes and other bodily punishments, knowing that it is written, "The fool is not corrected with words." And again, beat your son with the rod, and you will deliver his soul from death.
俺の飯じゃない。何食ってんの？岩食ってるお前。うわ、やば、倒れたしどうなんの？
You've got a strong constitution. Anyone else would have certainly died.
What happened?
Let me tell you a little story. Once upon a time, there was a young boy. He was lost and miserable. He had no future. He was tempted by his friends into doing some foolish things, but he wasn't truly bad, because when it came down to it, he ran away rather than keep doing foolish deeds. His former friends didn't take kindly to that, though, and wanted to punish him. So they sent a hunting dog to find him and rip his throat. The boy wasn't stupid, though, and he knew that the hound was coming. He poisoned some food, and when the hound showed up, he gave it to him. He didn't expect the beast to live, but it did. And all of a sudden, the boy was sorry for what he tried to do. So he offered to make a bargain with the hound.
It was you that poisoned me.
Don't take it personally. Kill or be killed.
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us, but we don't have to let them use us. We can just forget all about it and go our own way. I was a bandit, and I was at Nyhoff. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Nyhoff made me realize my life was worth shit, but I still had a chance to change for the better. Here in the monastery I've had plenty of time to think things over, but then you showed up and fucked it all up.
So the evildoer changes his ways and finds God. What exactly are you proposing?
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life in peace, and no one will try to kill me. If we work together, we can both get what we want.
なるほど。こいつに言ったらあかんかったんか。
You deserve to die, and I'm happy to be the one to kill you.
I'm sorry to hear that. I thought we could come to an agreement that left both of us alive. But since there's no convincing you, I'll settle for just me.
やべ。遠くやからな。早くも犯人が分かってしまって。マジかよ。これかな。いや、あっけない終わり方した。これであ、なるほど。このまま入ることもできるってこと？
By his deeds even more than by his words.
What are you looking for?
Expounding the Lord's
No one's allowed in
commandments
here.
and words to the intelligent among his disciples.
いや、これは正規ルートで行くべきなのか。
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realize how much I'd grown used to it.
あ、でも白やな。
Everything's
ど。
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius, a novice like you. I've been instructed to guide you around the monastery.
Thanks for helping me.
You don't know, lad.
It was my choice. For a common lad like me, it's the easiest.
It looks like we're both here for the same reason.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm here because I'd make a poor merchant. I like books and I want an education.
Is it alright if we don't do the tour?
I thought that since you're literally a complete novice, you'd be interested in... Here's a letter from the prior with the daily schedule.
Thanks for everything. I'll look around myself.
Are you sure? It will make your life easier if I show you around. Otherwise, tomorrow you'll be standing around staring like an idiot while everyone else knows what they have to do.
I'll work it out myself.
Suit yourself. If you think you don't need any explanations, just follow the schedule you got from the prior. What is it, brother?
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like...
Who'd tear up a book like that?
I'd like to ask you something. Who's in charge?
これは意味なかったっけな。
Are there... Tell me something about...
Abbot.
Tell me something about...
Work.
What are the roles of the...
Someone takes care of the library. But it's the circuit. They can be quite strict.
あとここも見つけなあかんのか。聖プロコピウス。
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm new here.
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you won't get into trouble.
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray from the rules of the order. I suggest you get to know the older monks. You never know when it might come in handy.
You there!
Hey, Nani?
Is this a tavern?
ああ、
Very well, brother.
ああ、はいはいはい。
Now,
捕まんのね。はい。
You've been lurking around where you don't belong and ignoring warnings. It's jail for you, and I...
なんかいろいろあかんな。あかんことになってるな。バカにするなよ。
I won't put up with any more of this.
What's your gate?
Put me in jail, then.
Just the accommodation.
いろいろといろい いろとバグってらっしゃるけど。
While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on.
「いろいろとあかんことになってるような気がするけど、これ。いろいろとバグってらっしゃるな。悪兵器。ああ。といきなり投獄されたんやけど。大丈夫かこれ。はい、フラフラしてきた。飯食ってから行くか。めっちゃ自由にやってるよ。うん、え、道具ここに入ってない。そうでしょ。 増書15も回復する。3つぐらいかな。トランクの中に入ってるのか。わお。どこやったっけ。てかめっちゃ服汚れてるけど大丈夫かな。めっちゃ立ってるやん。
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You wouldn't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
ほ。何これ。はあ。
I don't want to drink. I'll leave you to it.
Off you go then. You can come back and join us any time. But if you say a word about what you've seen here, you'll regret it.
何こいつ。なんじゃこいつ。
Leaving the monastery is one of the gravest violations you can. You failed to complete your trial period as a novice. You are hereby banned.
何それ。いろいろとめんどくさいことになってるやん。いろいろとめんどくさいことになってたな。 た最初からかよ。
Strange feeling being without all of that. I didn't realize how much I'd grown used to it.
Welcome, brother. I am Antonius.
Thanks for helping. It was my choice.
It looks like we're both here.
Would you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a novice and I'm...
Let's go then.
Good. Make sure to read it this evening. Follow me closely. Remember one word: discipline. It's your job to work and pray. You serve the Lord now, not your own bodily needs.
じゃあ人おるけど大丈夫かな。
Servus.
This is the way to the dormitory, where we all sleep. You'll find a free bed there, which is now yours. Do you know the first thing the monastery taught me? To appreciate sleep. We rise before dawn every day. Takes a bit of getting used to.
なるほど。
This is the garden, a place for silent contemplation and meditation. Centuries ago, this monastery was founded by the most esteemed of brothers, Saint Procopius. His earthly remains can be found in a cave under the monastery, and his spirit wanders the corridors at night, punishing any misbehaving novices. So beware.
Here are the frattery and scriptorium, together with the library. These are the places where we work. Ora et labora. Pray and work.
As a novice, you must always listen to your superior brethren, and above us monks are the prior and the circators, who punish every infraction. You'll know them by the canes they carry. Do what they say. This is the refectory, where we come together to eat. During meals, you must be silent. Only one brother reads aloud from the Rule of Saint Benedict.
The rule is the only law we recognize, with the exception of those from God himself. If you break any of its precepts, expect a swift punishment. But I've already told you about the circuitous. The library, the pride of our monastery, a trove of learning. We don't just read books here, we also copy them. You too will learn how.
And that's all. Today you are still free from duty. If you need anything, ask any of the brothers. We'll...
Thanks for showing me I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge?
Truthfully,
are there any... Tell me something about...
Abbot Peter is old. When he dies, they'll have to select an...
Tell me something about
work, prayer.
What are the roles of the...
Someone takes care of the library, but it's this... They can be quite...
Okay.
Who would you choose as the...
Why should I even think about that when I don't have the right to vote?
そうっす。セラリウス。あ、セラリウス。
Talk to me, brother.
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book.
The words mean nothing to me. Ask in the library.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Abbot Peter is the administrator.
And what happens when the...
Then
Ishena.
the...
Are there any
Ishena.
camp...
Yes, there are. Brothers on one side.
Tell me about John.
John is...
I'd like to know about Nevlas.
Nevlas manages the monastery's although perhaps he's too...
Why does it matter so much who...
Because the future direction... The older brothers take a different...
I thought
聞いたな。
Tell me something about life.
Prayer.
Can you tell me something about...
7 centuries ago, Saint Benedict of Nursia wrote, "The fundamental precepts are obedience, work, and prayer. We're fully...
Do you never want to know what's...
And what should be going on?
I'm interested in the monastery.
It was founded by Saint Procopius 5...
Heretics, you say?
They wanted to worship God with...
What are the roles of the various monks here?
Well, the abbot is the head, but he's... As not...
Can you leave?
Where would you go?
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
The old abbot isn't dead yet.
そっか。
I'm looking for something a little, unorthodox.
And what would that be exactly?
吹きワイン。会場道具。
I'm looking for lockpicks.
Lockpicks? And what would you like those for?
それを聞いてどうする？
What's it to you? Do you have some or not?
Peace, brother. There's no need to get all worked up. So you heard I used to be a burglar, did you? I put it all behind me as soon as I took the vows. But I do have a few lockpicks left. I'll trade them for food. Get me a bite to eat, and you can have your lockpicks. Can't say fairer than that, can I?
あはん。なるほど。あ、ここはあかんねや。ロピックス。8時。お、メープグラス。離され。マジか。
I'm Gregor, a novice.
I know. I saw you at the ceremony. My name is Nevlis, and I'm the provost here. I'm in charge of the monastery's property, as well as handling trade with the outside world.
That means you get to leave the monastery?
No, not at all. I just write lists and send them out.
Brother, you were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Don't you know your place? Don't you know...
Very well, brother. I accept my punishment.
Now.
捕まったー。捕まったー、これ。 ちゃめちゃ投獄されてるやん。めちゃ捕まるな。いやー、好き放題やりすぎたな。
While I was locked up, someone was making quite a racket in the cellar. Blind drunk, I'm sure of it. I wonder what's been going on.
Oh.
I'm Gregor and I'm new here.
I know. I saw you in the...
What does that mean?
I make sure everyone...
when it's not the way it...
Then we're authorized to met out punishment.
I'd like to ask you... Who would you like to be the new abbot?
John, definitely. Compared to him, Neverless is young and inexperienced.
なるほど。John.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
About you in the...
Ask me anything you...
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Neverless is weak and toothless. He's full of hot hair. How anyone...
I'd like to know what's going on here.
Well, the young brothers feel... Neverless is lying when he's...
Thank you for answering. I'd like to ask you something. What can you tell me about...
Well, what can I say? You're here to demonstrate your devotion to God.
I meant something specific about...
But you know them yourself. Yorick is an odd one, but he's... Antonius is hard-working and will help with anything, but praise...
Can't you see we're at Mass?
Amen.
So much the more. Permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples, even though it be for good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written, much speaking equals unto snakes singing. And in another place, death and life are in the power of the tongue. For speaking and teaching belong to the master. The disciples are to be silent and listen. For that reason, if anything has to be asked of the superior, it should be asked with
Brother Cicada. He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
Is it, brother?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm the provost of this monastery. It's my job to ensure the monks live a humble life and that any surpluses go to the poor. But in reality, I spend all my time making sure my brother's gluttony and the construction of a new church don't swallow up the few resources we have left.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. I'm interested in the election of the new abbot.
You're not alone. Everyone's so worked up about that they spent no time considering how they could make the monastery a better place now.
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more about their stomachs than prayer. The older brethren bend the rules of the order to make them fit their interests. So, to balance the scales, they want the novices to lead exemplary lives. Sin abounds here, just as in the outside world.
What sins are you talking about?
The scripture says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." I'm sorry, Gregor, it's not my place to speak about the sins of others.
Tell me something about how the new abbot will be elected.
A new abbot has to be elected once the old one dies. All the brethren can vote, with the exception of novices. The abbot's crozier will be conferred on whoever is chosen, and he'll take the vow. When he becomes abbot, a monk spends most of his time dealing with politics outside the monastery, instead of actually leading the monastery. But he still maintains a fundamental influence on life here.
Can you tell me about Abbot Peter?
Peter's wise in the ways of politics and a good shepherd, but as you've already heard, he's old and infirm. The other brothers see him with one foot in the grave, but I still have hope for him. But you, brother, don't let yourself get involved in the games of your superiors. Could you help me with something?
With what?
I'm interested in medicine, and I know there's a cure for the abbot's ailment. With your help, I could find out the details, and together you and I could give old Peter a few more years to do good. What do you say?
What do you need me for?
In order to get the recipe for this medicament, a few rules will need to be broken. Now you know most of the brothers believe every illness is a message from God, and that it's not our place to deny his will. I, however, think if God sent us not just illnesses, but also the medicine to cure them, then it's our duty to relieve people of their suffering. The cure for Abbot Peter's illness could be contained in one of the books in our library, but it will certainly be amongst the libri prohibiti, the forbidden books, those we aren't permitted to read.
Why are they forbidden?
Because they contain occult and demonic practices, witchcraft and all manner of evil. Or so some people claim. It's nonsense, of course. This is nothing but a book of medicine, albeit one written by a pagan. Ibn Sina, also known as Avicenna, is universally acknowledged to be a wise man. But here, at some point, someone decided his book is the work of a Saracen devil and must be kept under lock and key. Since then, no one can even talk about the book. But the three wise men were from the East, were they not?
Where can I find it?
In the library, there's a large cabinet with a lock on it. The forbidden books are inside. You'll easily recognize what you're looking for. The cover has not only a Latin inscription, but also Saracen letters. Bring it to me, but leave the other books there. No one will notice if one book disappears, but if more were to vanish, someone would certainly begin to look into it, which is exactly what we don't want.
Is there anything you can tell me that would help?
There's a key to the cabinet in the prior's chambers. The librarian should have another one, or you can acquire some lockpicks. But I can't tell you where or how. Perhaps Brother Salarius could help.
Why can't you do it yourself?
Because I'm one of the highest-ranking monks here, and one day I'd like to become abbot. Can you imagine me crawling around in the black of night searching for a forbidden book?
You could just ask for it.
Do you honestly think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Librarian Cyril is a stubborn ass.
I'm ready.
One more important thing. There's always someone in the library during the day. To pass unwatched, you'll need to go at night. It's locked, but I'm sure you'll manage to get in. They say Brother Salarius understands locks, but don't tell him why you need it. Once you have the book, bring it to me, and I'll then use it to make Peter's medicine. We'll soon have the election of the abbot over and done with.
I'm interested in the election of the new abbot.
You're not alone. Everyone's...
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers...
Why do you want to become abbot?
Because when I see the way things are headed around here, I have no other option. Itinerant preachers speak of the corrupted black heart of the church, and I can't deny there's truth in what they say. I'd like to change things and bring back meaning and esteem to the monastery.
That's all. Thank you.
Peace be with you, brother.
Ah, this looks like the sign.
Talk to me, brother.
I'm interested in the election of the new...
You're not alone.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Many brothers...
I'll be interested to know more about Brother John.
I don't like to speak ill of people, but Circuitor John is the worst person the monks could pick to represent them. He's nothing but an old schemer and pedant who preaches water but drinks wine. He's won the older brethren over because they know he won't call an end to their debauchery.
That's all. Thank you.
Peace be with you, brother. Talk to me, brother.
Is there any way I could help you get elected? Somehow tip the scales in your favor?
What would you like to do? Climb up the tower and shout, "Vote for Nevlis, vote for Nevlis"?
Not exactly. You do have an opponent, John.
John isn't my opponent, he's my brother. Just like you and everyone else here. We're all brothers in Christ. But there is something you could help me with. You must know there's a great deal of iniquity here in the monastery. I'd be interested to hear of anything I don't know about.
Should I find out for you what's going on around here?
Let me make this clear. I want to base my candidacy on putting things in order. But if I don't know exactly what's wrong, then my promises are just empty slogans.
Very good then. I'll find out what I can.
Thank you, brother.
What do you want me to find out?
I'd be interested to hear about any iniquity in the monastery. I need to prepare myself for what I'll be facing.
Is there any way I could help you get elected?
What would you like?
Not exactly.
But there is some...
That doesn't sound like...
Pity? And I thought you...
Is there any way I could help you get...
What would you like to do?
Not exactly.
John isn't my opponent, he's my... But there is something you could help me with. You must...
That doesn't sound like...
Pity?
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist's laboratory. You'll find ingredients in the chests next to it. Concoct 2 buck's blood potions. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done so I can check them. Salve, be well. What is it, brother?
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the other novices.
Save yourself! Lucifer walks among us, and he'll take us one by one.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes. The biggest quarrels...
Tell me something about electing the abbot.
The old abbot is practically on his deathbed. There are two...
Who would you like to be the new abbot?
What kind of question is that? John, of course. Neville isn't the kind of candidate you can take seriously.
What troubles you?
Is it possible to learn something about the other novices in the library?
Only the abbot and the prior keep such records.
And can I see them?
No.
I found this piece of parchment. It looks like it's been ripped out of a book. Do you know what it is?
It appears to be a page torn...
Ovid? What is that?
Not what, but who? Now I believe if he'd had his...
Can you tell me something? Oh, would you...
Absolutely. I imagine he...
Good. I'll look around for it.
Thank you, brother. It's of no...
Where should I look?
If I knew, I wouldn't have asked you to do it. The page...
I'm here to work.
Good. This is most likely the first time you've ever done this in your life. But it's easier than you think. Just a bit of practice and learning Latin. Here's the original, and here are the blank parchments on which you'll copy what you read in the original. Is that clear? Then you may begin, and try not to make a mess of it.
Oh no, such a waste of parchment. How could you?
What is it, brother?
I found a few pages of the torn-up book, but I still don't have them all.
Wonderful. Keep looking, then. I'm sure you can find the rest.
The forbidden books must be in
My
that
cabinet.
cabinet.
The books stood in there aren't for your eyes to see.
Can't you see we're at Mass?
Permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples. Good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written, in much speaking you will not escape sin. And in another place, death and life are in the power of the type of heart to be silent and listen. For that reason, if anything was to be asked of the superior, it should be asked with all the humility and submission inspired by reverence. But as for court...
Talk to me, brother.
You have some interesting skills for a monk. Don't suppose you want to tell me how you picked them up?
What's there to tell? We were all young and foolish once. I was a student in Prague, completely broke, living from hand to mouth and studying all day. It wasn't an easy life.
So you turned to stealing?
I set about securing a livelihood as best I could. A goose, some new shoes, a bit of coin to spend with my friends. Without that little bit extra, I'd never have completed my studies. I would have turned into a beggar. And who else do you know that can say he's serving God thanks to having been a thief?
No one, brother. Thank you for telling me your story. Brother, I've a favour to ask, and I think you're the man to help me with it. Or you used to be, before you came here.
I see. So it's the dodgy sort of favour, is it?
Well, yes. I need to get hold of the keys to the monastery.
That won't be easy, I can tell you that straight off. The prior always keeps the keys close by him. So how exactly do you imagine I could help?
Is there any other way to get out of here?
The door out of the monastery is like any other. Only the lock's more complicated than most. But
How could I get hold of them?
With great difficulty. Unless you want to rob the prior.
There's something else on my mind.
Brother, remember the vows you made. We're forbidden to leave.
There's a corpse in the monastery.
What is it, brother?
The devil himself has come to punish us.
Save your souls! Lucifer walks among us, and he'll take us one by one. Save your souls! Lucifer walks among us, and he'll take us one by one.
What do you desire? lots left over. The food's definitely gone downhill. I remember back when we ate like kings. The wine. Those days. You'll see. Things will get better with the new abbot.
A dead body! There's a corpse in the monastery!
My name's Gregor, a novice.
You can call me Siskin. Now, are you here of your own free will, or is this a punishment? Although, it's not important. Welcome to Purgatory.
Did you say purgatory?
You'll see soon enough. Soon enough.
Peace be with you, brother.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
Look, nothing against you, but I prefer not to talk about my past.
Are you hiding something? Why are you so reluctant to tell me anything about yourself?
I'm hiding a lousy past that I'd rather forget. I hate to think of all I lost when they stuck me in here. And also because I really hate the question, aren't you the son of the famed Sir Smil Flashka Pardubitz? I was rich and I had everything. But then my father began to feel his time approaching, so he decided to send a son to the monastery. And, being the youngest, the lot fell on me. I've no head for managing the estate, and they said I'd squander it. Can you imagine? Me, in a monastery. So I took what coin I could from home with me, so I didn't lose out completely.
It's a wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
But you didn't have to come here if you didn't want to.
No, not if I didn't mind being left to beg alms by the city gate. I had one choice, the monastery or nothing. If it had come to that after my father's death, so be it. But to get rid of me while he's still alive...
They must have realized you robbed them.
I donated some of the silver to the monastery when I came in, just to piss them off. I can just see my my siblings, arguing with the abbot to give it back.
And you stashed away the remainder?
Indeed so.
What's your plan with this treasure?
To get out of here as soon as I can. I'll wait another year or two until my hot-headed brothers cool off a bit, and then I'll take the silver and run off somewhere, far, far away from here.
That's all I wanted to know.
Please, keep it to yourself. Especially the part about the coin.
Things will get worse.
I'm still curious about this treasure trove of yours.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a shelf where it should never have been. So I hid it to read later. It's the Necronomicon. Ghosts, demons, and invocations of powers beyond our world. Only it's written in a strange language that I can't really make sense of. All bara this and bara that. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables, read the words backwards, but nothing. I'm not getting anywhere with it.
Oh. I'm not too sure what the prior or the cicada would say about a book like that. Actually, what anyone would say. It sounds quite... prohibited.
Ah, prejudice. But you're right. It is prohibited. For no good reason, though. Has knowledge ever done anybody any harm?
You're right. Knowledge should never be prohibited.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Just take a look at the book. Maybe you'll be able to make some sense of it. I haven't grasped a single syllable. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are closed to a thirst for knowledge.
I'll leave you be. Don't worry, I won't follow you again.
Thank you. And please, Gregor, don't mention it to anyone.
How is it that you don't get any penance for missing morning prayers?
I've paid off the circators to turn a blind eye. And the other monks don't notice as long as you show your face there from time to time. No one's too awake at that time of the morning.
I'd be interested to hear what you think about the other novices. Tell me about Antonius.
Oh, if there was a monk I'd recommend as a friend, with, of course, the exception of myself, it would be Antonius. He has a calm soul, he's easy to talk to, and you can always rely on him.
That's all. Thanks. About that magic potion from the forbidden books. What do you plan on doing with it?
I don't really know yet. Perhaps one day I'll concoct it and try it out.
Would you share the recipe with me?
You don't even have to ask. It's thanks to you I have it. Listen. Old wives' ointment, which witches use upon the Sabbath, and therein damn their souls to the devil. Prepare oil, a fistful of marigold, a fistful of belladonna, and a fistful of lover's knot. Boil the lover's knot for 1 turn. Drop the ground marigold in the cauldron and boil for another turn. Drop the ground belladonna into the cauldron and boil for another turn.
Sounds quite poisonous.
And it probably is, but I'm interested to find out what it does.
Who would you elect, Abbot, if you could?
Most likely Nevlas. He's a fine fellow and he seems honest. But, truth be told, it doesn't matter much to me. A monastery will still be a monastery, no matter who's in charge. If you really want to talk more about it, ask Antonius. He seems to have taken an interest.
You're right. It stunk like a wine barrel in there, and it's not the first...
It occurred to me you might be the man to ask. I'm looking for some lockpicks. Do you know anyone in the monastery who could help me?
Lockpicks, eh? I won't ask what for.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. I'm still curious.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean...
I'll leave you be.
Thank you.
I'm Gregor, a novice. I saw you at the ceremony.
I know. It was hard not to notice you.
And you are?
Lucas, also a novice. Don't get upset, but I don't want to talk to you. I'm happiest alone.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
There's nothing I can tell you.
I mean, where you're from, what sort of life you had before, that sort of thing.
I'm a novice, and my monastic name is Lucas. Nothing else matters.
Come on. Is there really nothing at all you can tell me?
I could, but I don't want to. I'm sorry. I want to stay focused on work and prayer, not on who I once was. I never will be again. What has been isn't important for us. We cast the past aside when we walked through the monastery gates and took our oath. Never forget that.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who's in charge of things around here?
Truthfully, everyone except us.
Are there already
Brothers John and Nevlas.
This John?
A circator, and really just an unpleasant old man. It's mostly the older brothers on his side, because they...
Tell me something about Nevlas.
Nevlas manages the monastery's property.
He's what they call the provost. He'd like to bring back solemnity to the monastery. Why can't novices vote? They say we don't have enough experience to decide about anything. Why is who wins so important? We're young and we'll spend the rest of our lives here. And the abbot decides everything about our lives. If you could, who would you vote for to be the abbot? But I can't vote, so what's the point of worry? I'd like to know something about the other novices. I don't know much, but ask away. What can you tell me about Siskin? Not a lot. I don't know him. Actually, I don't know much about him at all, except that he's not a stickler for rules. You really don't know anything about anyone? Well, thanks anyway. Don't get upset. I'm sorry I can't. I'd like to know something about the other I don't know. Tell me about Antonius. I'd like to, but there's nothing to tell.
Waiting pays off. There's no hurry.
Greetings, brother. I'm Gregor, and I'm new here.
Greetings to you, brother. I'm Yodok, the oldest of the novices. I hope you'll like it here in the monastery and that you won't get into trouble.
Trouble?
You're young, perhaps intemperate. You might easily stray.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Who would you vote for as the new abbot if you could?
Why do you care? We don't have the right.
I'm just interested, that's all.
I like John better. But like I've said, it's not our place to get involved.
Can you tell me something about yourself?
I would if there was anything noteworthy to say. But I'm just the ordinary son of a landowner, now a monk. There's nothing in my past, present, or future that anyone could find interesting.
Why did you join the monastery?
Because it was better than living in poverty. As the youngest son, I'm not entitled to inherit my father's estate, but he was kind enough to sell off some cattle and send me here. And you know what? I'm glad to be here. It's better than mucking out manure.
I'm interested in the other novices. What can you tell me about Siskin?
Oh, he's always got a smile on the new friend. But I reckon he don't belong in the monastery. He spends more time dreaming of the world outside than tending to his duties. I'm surprised he hasn't been thrown out already. If it was up to me, he'd be out on his ear right away.
Sounds like you don't have much time for him.
I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. Believe me, Gregor, he's hiding something from us. In fact, now I come to think of it, I haven't seen him at morning prayers for a while.
Do you know anything about Antonius?
Only that he came to the monastery voluntarily, because he didn't want to work in his father's shop. Antonius is all right. You can rely on him. He won't betray your confidence. He's always happy to help, which is more than can be said for the other brothers.
I'm interested in Lucas.
Nobody knows much about Lucas. He keeps himself to himself. If you ask me, he's got something to hide. I'd keep well clear of him if I was you.
Do you have any grounds for suspecting him of something?
Quite a lot. And also none at all. The circators who make the rounds despise him, and they'd never punish anyone without cause.
Someone really reeked at Matins.
You're right. It stunk like a wine barrel in there. And it's not the first time.
It's a mystery, but one that'll soon be solved. It's a wonder the prior doesn't check everyone's breath in the morning. Then he'd soon get his man.
I tell you, something is going to happen out there.
You might be wrong. And besides, God will be our protector.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I'd like to ask you something.
He was stomping about like a bear.
That must have been Brother Cicada. He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
What would you like?
I'd be interested to hear what you think about the other novices. What can you tell me about Siskin?
That there's no man alive less suitable for the monastic life than him.
You don't know young Lord Capon.
I've heard things. Siskin must have been like him.
Why is he in the monastery?
No one knows. Maybe he's hiding from something.
Do you think he has a secret?
Don't we all? But unlike the others, he absolutely refused.
That's all I wanted to know about him. Thanks. What about Yodok?
Be on good terms with him. If you show even the slightest hint you don't like him, he'll make your life hell. He's a slimy little pedant who'll rat you out to the superiors. Once he finishes his novitiate, I imagine he'll want to climb his way up the ladder to at least Sir Cater. He's a man who enjoys ordering others around.
I'm interested in Lucas.
No one knows much about him. He doesn't talk to anyone. He works, eats, sleeps, then does it all again the next day. It's as if he wanted to get it all over with as soon as possible. By it, I mean his entire life.
That's all. Thanks. I'd like to ask you something about them. Well, that's all.
What troubles you?
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. Are there ever any disagreements between the brothers?
Unfortunately, yes.
I understand. Who would you like to be the new abbot?
What kind of question is that?
What do you desire?
end is nigh. Lord God in heaven, what have we done to deserve this? The end is nigh. Lord God in heaven, what have we done to deserve this? Who could have done this? The devil himself has come to punish us.
Save your souls. Lucifer walks among us, and he'll take us one by one.
Omnia
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table.
I'm not so sure. It's a bit sour. God knows what's in it.
Don't be absurd. It's a first-class cask, direct from Znojmo.
No, I know the taste of a good vintage, and this isn't it. I bet you that wretched Yorick got the cask mixed up.
Nonsense. It's perfectly drinkable.
No, it isn't. It's sour. No matter. We'll get more soon, so good health.
Good health.
We'll have to take that Yorick to task about where he got this wine and tell him next time he'd better get proper Znojmo.
You've seen us drinking here, so either join in or swear you won't tell a soul. You won't want to end up like Lucas now, would you?
All right. I wouldn't mind some wine.
That's more like it. Sit down and have a drink, my lad. What is it, brother?
What are you doing here?
What does it look like? Drinking.
But we're all monks.
Youngster, when you're as old as I, you'll understand.
But you're the cicators. You're the ones meant to be keeping order here. How can gambling and drinking be a fitting part of a monk's life?
If you really want to know, see for yourself.
All right. Have it your way.
Talk to me, brother.
About you in the elect.
Ask me anything you want.
Thank you for answering. I'd like to ask you.
I'll say one thing, brother. This wine would grace the Pope's table.
I'm not so sure. It's a bit sour. God knows what's in it.
Don't be absurd. It's a first-class cask, direct from Znojmo.
No, I know the taste of a good vintage, and this isn't it. I bet you that wretched Yorick got it.
Talk to me, brother.
I'd like to ask you. You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for you?
Nothing much. He's just a little suckling like you. He'll do whatever it takes to stay on our good side. Sometimes we make use of him when there are errands to run.
Where'd you get the wine from? I thought the monastery cellars were guarded.
So they are, but this wine isn't from the monastery. Listen, lad, would you help us out with something? This cask is almost empty, and we need a new one. We're a bit old for such exertions. But you, on the other hand...
I'll help you. What do I need to do?
Ha! I knew it. Help Novice Yodok arrange for a new cask. Talk to him first thing in the morning, and by tomorrow night the cask can be on the table.
All right, I'll talk to him.
What is it, brother?
You mentioned Yodok. What does he do for you?
Well, nothing much. He's just a little...
Let's play!
Just the man we've been waiting for, my friend. So, let's play. What's there left to drink to?
To our fresh young novices, our swift steeds, and I'll drink to that. So, to John, the future abbot, and a pox on them.
That killjoy, he'd love to have us all.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Well, probably the same as you. I want to be able to read in peace and quiet. And not just the books they make us read.
What exactly do you read here?
Well, I'd be interested to find the unofficial biography of Saint Procopius, but there probably is no such thing. To be honest, I was expecting some entertaining reading, but it's just the same old stuffy nonsense. But if that locked cabinet there with all the forbidden books was open, that would be a different story. Until recently it was still unlocked, but after something vanished, they've kept it locked tight.
Maybe I could get inside.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'd love to pore over some of those tomes. We'd be in it together, up to our ears in it. What do you say?
We'll see what I can do.
What would you like?
In the middle of the night, I saw the Brother Circators drinking and playing dice.
How marvelous! Did you join in? More importantly, can I join in next time?
Siskin? I thought it wasn't allowed.
If the Circators can, we all can.
That's not how it works, though, is it?
I know. A double standard. The elder brothers can do as they please, but they're the ones preaching about morality to us.
About that magic potion from the forbidden books. Siskin, that potion isn't a good idea.
Well, maybe it is, maybe it's not. But I want to try it out. I'm not saying right now, but at some point.
Let's change the subject.
Will you tell me something?
Look, nothing against...
Are you hiding something?
I'm hiding a lousy... I hate to think of all... And all... I was rich and I had everything. I've no head for management.
That's all I want.
Please, keep...
What is it, brother?
I'm still curious.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no...
I'll leave you be.
Thank you. And please...
What is it, brother?
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
What are you doing here?
Are you spying on me? Well, dear Gregor, I don't like that at all.
Hold your horses. I was passing by and saw you here.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during services. There's no time otherwise. I mean, at other times I don't get to read what I like. And I keep it under the slab so the others don't find it.
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a shelf where it should never have been. It's the Necronomicon. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the
Oh. I'm not too sure what the prior or the cicada would say.
Ah, prejudice.
You're right.
Oh, I'm glad you agree. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library...
I'll leave you be.
Thank you. What do you want here? That stuff's mine. I suppose you found it now anyway. It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read.
There's a lot of coin in the stash.
I admit it might look that way. But if I tell you what I'm hiding, I hate to think of all I lost. I was rich. I've no head for management.
What about the dagger?
That's a memento of better times. Father gave me that when I was a little...
Do you know how to fight?
And how?
That's all I wanted to know.
Please, keep it to...
I'd be interested to hear... I'm interested in Yodok.
What could interest you about him? He's a no-good rat. He'll turn you in for the price of a turnip. I bet...
That doesn't sound too flattering.
It wasn't meant to. No matter what you do here...
What can you tell me about Lucas?
It's a tricky situation with Lucas. No one really knows anything about him.
That's all. Thanks.
What's this? Someone's been poking around in here. What do you want here? I suppose you found... It's no big terrible...
Actually, I...
Salve. Be well.
Not now, but...
Brother, is this a tavern? Are we at a dogfight?
Very well, brother.
Now, show me...
do you desire, Brother Gregor?
Talk to me, brother.
I was talking last night with the Brother Cicators. It seems you're to fetch them a cask of wine, like last time.
Well, yes, it's true.
I'd like to help you.
Would you really do it? To get hold of the wine, we'll have to leave the monastery for a bit. I know it's forbidden, but we've no other option. If wine started going missing here, someone would notice. But to leave the monastery, we need the keys. And only the prior has those.
Wait a moment. Are you saying I'm supposed to steal the prior's keys so I can go and steal wine somewhere else?
Well, you see why I don't want to do it myself now, do you? I don't have what it takes. I can't get those keys, but you could. Or you might be able to pick the locks.
But you've done it once before, haven't you?
Last time the prior was sick, and he left the monastery keys in the Circator's care. So they unlocked the gates for me. This time we'll have to steal the keys.
How can I get hold of the keys, do you think?
I don't know, but it might be possible to do this without them. Brother Celeste...
Do you think he'll want to take part?
No, but he could give some advice.
If you think so.
Once you have the key or some lockpicks...
About those keys.
Did you get them? Keys? Or at least lockpicks?
Yes, I have them.
In that case, come before midnight to the cloister garden. I'll be waiting for you there, and we'll head off.
To that end, we think that the times for each may be prescribed as follows. From Easter until the calends of October. When they come out from 5 in the morning, let them labor at whatever is necessary until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to read. After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read,
Brother? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working somewhere? Idle hands are the...
I definitely was there. I did come a little late, so perhaps no one noticed me.
Really? Fine then. This time... What troubles you?
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
I'd like to ask you something about the monastery. I've discovered something about the wrongs being committed here.
I see. Tell me more.
The Circators go into the cellar at night to drink wine.
I thought so. John always reeks of it. And he wants to be abbot. Hypocrite. Perhaps if you told the prior, that would clip John's wings.
Brother Yodok has been stealing wine for the Circators so they can drink.
Yodok? Well, that little rat's shown his true colours. Do you know where he's stealing it from?
I don't know, unfortunately.
No matter. You've brought me important information.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to me. I'd be interested to hear it.
Here's the book you wanted.
Amazing. This really is it. Now I can use it to prepare a cure for our suffering abbot. Then I'll leave it in the library to make it seem as if Brother Librarian left it lying about. There'll be no investigation. It would be against his best interests, as he'll look like the one who wasn't taking proper care of the books. It will drive him mad. I didn't leave that book out, or did I? Is there anything I can do for you in return?
I'd be interested in finding out the background of the other novices.
That's a strange wish you have. And the only ones who know everything about the novices are the abbot and the prior. They keep a record of every monk in the abbot's book, but you'll never get your hands on it. It's locked up in the prior's study.
Thanks. You've helped me immensely.
No, thank you. About that book, don't even think about breaking in to get it.
I'm interested in the...
You're not alone. Everyone's...
Why? What's wrong with it now?
Many brothers think more...
That's all.
Peace be with you, brother. Talk to me, brother.
I'm here to work.
Excellent. I've been waiting for you. There's the alchemist. Concoct 2 Once you finish them, you'll find me some... Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
I finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent.
In the night, I overheard the cicadas in the cellar. They were talking about you.
Oh, no. So it's still not over. This isn't a life in service of God. This is purgatory.
Lucas, what's going on?
What do you think? Just like you, I saw the cicadas drinking and playing hazard as if they were in a brothel.
We'd be safer not to get mixed up in the affairs of our superior brethren.
You're probably right, but I was naive and hoped I could fix things. I warned them if they didn't stop, I'd go and tell the prior. But instead of mending their ways, they vented their anger on me. You've picked the wrong people to make enemies of, Lucas, they told me. Now I can't even count how many days and nights I've spent locked up in solitary confinement for the tiniest offenses, or for no offense at all.
Is there something I can do to help?
Would you? I think all it might take is for you to go and sit down with them. Have a talk, set things straight. Then they'd leave me alone. But I'm afraid even this path leads nowhere. They'd probably start hounding you as well.
I'm not afraid of them.
Brother, you have the courage I lack. May the grace of God be upon you.
I've heard that you, that you enjoy the company of men. Is there any truth to it?
What? How do you know that?
I read it in the abbot's book.
What? The abbot's book is locked up in his chambers, and he'd never allow anyone to read it. Did you break in? But why? Just so you could dig something up on me?
I was looking for something else, but I just happened to come across your story.
No matter what you were looking for, you crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed. But don't worry, I won't tell on you if you promise me the same. Yes, you can call me a sodomite, a sinner, a monster, the spawn of Satan. But tell me this, Gregor. Can I help the way I am? I tell you, it's a test of my faith. A test so daunting you can't even imagine it.
You're right. I found it interesting, but I'm not judging you. You are the way you are. You should be true to yourself.
I'm glad you aren't like the others. Thank you for not passing judgment. I swear to God, I've never lain with another man. I've never sinned. When my father wanted me to find a wife and start a family, I told him the truth, and he had me sent here. And in a way, I was glad. My guilt had been consuming me, and I knew in the monastery I'd find peace. The Lord sees my soul, and he knows it's pure.
Talk to me, brother.
What would you like?
What troubles you?
I've read the abbot's book. It says in there that you're not as saintly as you make out. Actually, it seems like you're as lecherous as a boring rut.
You broke into the abbot's quarters to spy on me? You won't get away with it.
I wasn't interested in your opinion about what I did. What interests me is you and what the book has to say about you.
I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to report you.
Peace be with you, brother.
Just try it, and I'll smack you so hard your feet won't touch the ground.
No, don't hit me. I won't say anything to anyone, I promise.
I'm interested in the other knob. What do we have here? A nice sharp dagger. Now what would a monk need that for?
Salve Domine.
away from that cabinet. The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see. Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
What do you desire? I'm here to work. Excellent. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, this is quite inexcusable, boy. Can you even read?
Brother, what are you doing here?
I was feeling a bit queasy.
Really? This time I'll look the other way. Salve Domine.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden things.
Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, Since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots as soon as they begin to appear. Remembering the fate of Heli, priest of Silence.
What is it, brother?
In the night, I saw the brother cicadas drinking and playing dice.
And why aren't you spending your nights sleeping instead of creeping around spying on your brothers?
I only wanted to...
I know, brother, I know. But you need to understand that novices shouldn't be poking their noses into the affairs of elder brothers.
Even if something inappropriate was going on?
Even then, I'm afraid. Who are you compared with them? Wait till you know what's what, and in the meantime keep your head down and do what you're told. Life in a monastery is much like life outside in many ways. The monastery walls don't keep out human pride and hatred.
Really? I thought monks were above that sort of human folly.
They became monks, Gregor, but that didn't stop them being men. Be on your guard as much as you ever were outside. Lies, jealousy, vengeance. They can hurt you here as much as anywhere.
Thanks for the advice, although I don't know if I can follow it.
That's up to you, brother.
Peace be with you, brother.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
I found a dagger in your stash.
And why shouldn't you have? I did hide it there after all. Do you often go through other people's belongings?
Praise be our Lord Jesus.
Well then, I have a question for you. I think you know what it is. What does a monk need a dagger for?
That dagger's the only thing I have left of my father. It was in our old shop, under the counter. Father kept it there to protect himself from thieves. When I was little, I admired that dagger so much. I asked Father if he'd give it to me when I was older. He always said yes, but only after he was dead.
Go on, please.
Now Father's dead and I'm here. That piece of steel is the only thing I have left from the outside world. I know it's not suitable for a monk, but I can't part with it. So now you know everything. Are you satisfied?
Peter has a strong constitution. He'll still be on this earth.
But I want change, and only a new abbot can bring it.
Will you tell me something about yourself?
I
mean, where you're from.
I'm an...
Come on.
I could. What has been isn't important.
Peace be with you, brother.
have we here? That's it. The book with information about the novices. Interesting. But I still don't know which one of them is pious.
are you? Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? If you don't clear off quick...
I'm telling you, someone's been creeping around in the corridor at night. What am I saying? Creeping? He was stomping about like a bear.
That must have been Brother Circator. He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
Peace be with you, brother.
No, clear off. Let me sleep.
Why are you waking me? Go.
What would you like?
I'm still curious.
It's no big terrible secret. Really, it isn't. I just go and read during
What kind of a book is it?
I found it here in the library. It was on a It's the Necronomicon. Ghosts, demons, and invocations of powers beyond our world. Who knows what it means? I tried to count the syllables, read the...
Oh. I'm not too sure what the prior orders...
Ah, prejudice.
If it wasn't harmful, it wouldn't be forbidden?
That's a rather limited view of the world. Some write about the saints, others about demons. And an educated person should know both. Pity I can't understand a word it says. And I've been trying for quite a while. Just please don't tell anyone about the book. If the brothers learn that I took it from the library and hid it, I'll be in a lot of trouble. Our brothers' minds are closed to a thirst for knowledge.
I'll leave you be.
Thank you. And please, Gregor.
Glory of life everlasting. As soon as anything has been ordered by the superior, receive it as a divine command, and cannot suffer any delay in executing it. But this very obedience will be acceptable to God and pleasing to men only if what is commanded.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
What do you want me to find?
I'd be interested to hear about any...
What do you want me to find?
I'd be interested to...
I've discovered something.
I see.
The older brothers are picking on novice Lucas, punishing him when he doesn't deserve it, and humiliating him.
It seems that now even brothers can't avoid worldly evil. Thank you for the information, and if you can, stand up for him. The older brothers are also out to get me. Any action I take, they'll try to use against me.
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else, come to... What is it, brother?
I'm here to work.
Excellent. Concoct two. Once you finish them... Praise be to Christ, brother.
I've finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've...
What is it, brother?
I'm here to work.
Excellent.
You call that a copy? You've completely ruined the parchment with your scribbling.
What is it, brother?
I have all the pages of the torn-up book. The Art of Love can go back to the library.
Oh, brother, you can't even imagine how happy you've made me. Since you're clearly a true lover of books, I'll give you a reward I've never given another novice. I'll lend you the key to the cabinet containing forbidden books, and you can look at the peculiar things we've accumulated there. That cabinet's strictly off limits to novices, but you've earned my trust. I'm sure you'll recognize that those books contain nothing but dangerous gibberish, and there's a valuable lesson to be learned there.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your trust. Is there anything I can do to help here?
I'm glad you asked. There's one thing, a silly thing really. I haven't thought to mention it to anyone before, but not long ago, a brother brought me a crumpled piece of parchment. He says he found it rolled up in a hole in the wall. The thing is, it was a page from Ovid.
Ovid? What is that? Is it the name of a book?
Not what, but who? Ovid was a... Now I believe I can guess what happened. If he'd had his way, all...
I'd like to ask you something.
Don't even look at that cabinet. It contains forbidden books.
Until about the 4th hour. And from the 4th hour until about the 6th, let them apply themselves to reading. After the 6th hour, having left the table, let them rest on their beds in perfect silence, or if anyone may perhaps want to read, let him read to himself in such a way.
yet again. I've had enough of it.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
There's something I should tell you. Something you won't be happy to hear. I'm here to find someone and, well, to do away with him. But listen, it's not murder. Not when it's a man like him. He's one of the brigands who burned down Neuhof. He doesn't deserve to live.
What's he doing here? And who are you?
They call him Pious because he used to be a priest. When he found out a lot of people were after him, he hid away here. And as you can see, escaped suspicion. They sent me here to find him and bring him to justice. He's one of the novices.
So we have one outlaw and one assassin in our midst. This place is a lot more exciting than I expected. Do you know who it is?
Well, that's just it. It could be Antonius?
Antonius? He's a fine fellow. No, it can't be him. Although, you never know what's hiding beneath a man's skin.
See how hard it is? It could be anyone, and at the same time, nobody in particular. I suspect it could be Yodok.
Do you know, that occurred to me too. Yodok's a scoundrel and a cheat. I believe he'd be capable of anything.
It could be you.
What on earth makes you think that?
True enough. I won't tell you more, and I'd like you to keep silent about this too.
You're talking about killing in the monastery. I really should report it.
Would you do that? I have a feeling you wouldn't.
You're right. I'll keep it to myself. I've got problems enough of my own without involving myself in yours. And besides, I mean to be gone from here within a year, so why should I care what happens with the monastery?
Thank you, Siskin. I appreciate it.
What do you desire, Brother Gregor?
About those keys.
Did you get them?
Yes?
In that case, can we...
Listen, there's something I ought to tell you. There's a dangerous criminal hiding in the monastery, and I came here to look for him.
Ha! I knew it! He's a villain. Who are you, though? Oh, it's better not to ask, isn't it? It's always safer not to ask.
Never mind that. Who's a villain?
That's Siskin. I always thought he was an odd one, the way he carries on. But now it makes perfect sense. He's a criminal fleeing justice.
You mean he's not going to morning prayers?
So you noticed that too?
Ah, you've got the wrong end of the stick. That has nothing to do with anything.
You think so? He definitely acts like a criminal. Who else would it be?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
What are you going to do to that fellow once you find him?
I don't know yet.
You should talk to the Circators or the Prior about it, not act on your own.
Leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they don't.
There's something I should tell you. Something secret. I'm looking for someone here in the monastery.
You're looking for someone? But you're a novice, aren't you?
I am a novice. At least until I find the man I'm looking for.
Why would you be looking amongst monks? You know, the laws of man aren't valid here. In the cloister, we're subject to divine law, the law of the church.
I'm looking for a footpad who's hiding out here in the monastery. He had a hand in raising the Neuhoff farm. He's taken many lives.
I heard something about that. But why are you telling me all this?
Because you could help me. It has to be one of the other novices.
That can't be. Have you told the prior? What are you going to do to this man once you find him?
Talk to him. Then I'll see. Do you have any idea which of the novices could be the imposter I'm looking for?
I don't know, and I don't care to know. I wish you'd never told me. Now I won't be able to sleep at night.
Someone really reeked at Matins.
You're right. It's...
What would you like?
I need to make a confession.
I'm no priest, but tell me what you've done. It's probably nothing to worry about.
I'm here in the monastery looking for a thief.
You don't say.
Someone whose job it is to investigate the case, find the perpetrators and...
Punishment?
I don't know yet. Perhaps you could help me find him?
The missing thief? If I knew anything, I'd tell you, but I suppose it must be one of the novices.
I know. Aside from me, there are only 4 novices.
3? Please, leave me out of it. No one knows anything about Lukas. Siskin might be a lot of things, but a monk isn't one of them. And Yodok is a slimy worm. Actually, the more I think about it, the less I like that Yodok. He's a treacherous...
I don't think it was him. But please, don't tell a soul what we've been talking about.
Don't fret, my friend. Your secrets are locked inside my lips.
I know you're Pius, the man I've been looking for.
So you're finally sure? Tell me, Gregor, or Karl, or whatever your true name is. What do you want to do now?
I don't know. I'm not sure what I should do.
Well, at least you're prepared to think and not just play bloodhound for a pack of nobodies. And I'm glad you have your doubts.
I don't want to be like the people I'm looking for. If I have to kill, it should be for a reason, not because I enjoy it.
You know, we're both pawns in someone else's game. They have plans for us, but we don't have to let them use us. We can just forget all about it and go our own way. I was a bandit, and I was at Neuhoff. I've robbed and stolen, but I swear to God I've never in my life slain innocent people. What I saw at Neuhoff made me realize my life was worth shit, but I still had a chance.
So the evildoer changes his ways and finds God.
Both of us can leave this place. You can go back to your people, and I can go somewhere where I can live out my life in...
What if I wanted a different option?
You could kill another novice, I suppose. If news of the murder got out from the monastery, my former friends might believe I'm dead. But I'm offering you a solution that doesn't require any killing. Before we make a run for it, we'll make it look like someone's killed me. Loads of blood, a tattered scrap of my habit, and footprints leading towards the river. No one will bother looking for my body there. There we'll split up. You go for your bounty, and I'll get as far away from here as I can.
All right then. I'll kill someone else.
Another senseless death. But at least it will buy me a life of peace. They know it was mine, and perhaps it will bring you more luck than me.
You have to kill if you don't.
But you don't have to kill anyone.
I'll deal with it somehow.
What would you like?
I'd like to ask you something.
Praise be to our Lord Jesus.
Get away from our cabinet. The books stood in there aren't for your eyes to see.
Talk to me, brother.
You can't sleep and praise long into the night.
Salve, be well.
What troubles you?
I think the one I'm looking for.
You've lost your mind. What on earth makes you think that?
True enough. I won't tell you.
You're talking about...
Would you do that?
You're right.
Thank you, Siska.
Salve Domine.
What troubles you?
Ah, Gregor.
What do you desire?
I'm still curious.
It's no big, terrible sin.
I'll tell the abbot. I'm sure he'll be keen to.
What? A man pours his heart out to you when you play Judas. How about this for an offer?
I'm a new brother, a novice, Gregor. I don't know my way.
Welcome amongst us. Yes. How do you like it here?
I don't know yet.
Well, you're too humble. I'm sure.
I'd like to ask you something. Will you tell me something?
Of course. Abbot Peter is...
Anyone can become the abbot.
Precisely. We have two candidates. I know that some brothers have already begun scheming.
I need to tell you something, but you won't be too happy.
Tell me, son, what's bothering you?
It's about some of the brothers. At night, when everyone else is asleep, they go to the monastery cellars to drink wine and play dice.
Are you certain? I had my suspicions, but if it's true, such offences call for stern punishment, but not without proof.
Would you like me to find some?
That won't be necessary. I'll question them myself. I can tell when someone's lying to me. Tell me, Gregor, which brothers are we talking about?
The Cicators, Stibor and John.
The Circators? That can't be true. For the love of heaven, John's declared himself a candidate for abbot.
If you go to the cellars at night, you'll see them yourself.
I'll look into it. I most certainly won't tolerate drinking or dice games in the monastery. And if Abbot Peter were here, he'd break his crozier over their backs. Thank you for letting me know, brother. It appears you're an honest and faithful Christian and a true follower of Saint Benedict. The Lord be with you.
You're welcome, Brother Prior.
Demonstrating the divine precepts by his actions for those apart. Let him make no distinction of persons in the monastery. Let him not love one more than another, unless it be one whom he finds better in good works or in obedience. And let him not shut his eyes to the faults of offenders, but, since he has the authority, let him cut out those faults by the roots.
Talk to me, brother.
I've discovered some...
I see.
Brother Siskin is hiding treasure he owned before he became a monk.
It doesn't surprise me. It's not the first time that's happened, and it won't be the last. I wouldn't punish him, but...
That's all I know.
If you find out anything else...
I'm here to work.
Excellent. Today it's your task to concoct 2 potions to aid digestion. Once you finish them, you'll find me somewhere nearby. Don't forget to let me know when you're done, so I...
Salve. Be well.
Ah, Gregor, talk to me.
I finished my work.
Show me what you've made. Spectacular, Gregor. You've found your talent. Soon enough, you'll be teaching the other novices.
Salve, Domine.
Get away from my cabinet. The books stored in there aren't for your eyes to see.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
I'm here to work.
Excellent.
I can hardly believe it. Good gracious, so many mistakes.
sin to make us avoid evil words. Therefore, since this spirit of silence is so important, permission to speak should rarely be granted even to perfect disciples, even though it be for good, holy, edifying conversation. For it is written, in much speaking, perpetual ban. And for such conversation we do not permit a disciple to open his mouth.
What have they done to you this time, brother? They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they don't.
I've heard all sorts of talk about John. Preaching water but drinking wine. He smells like a brewery come morning. He's as much chance of being abbot as I've got of shaking hands with the man in the moon.
These novices.
What do you desire?
Idlers by the ears.
What have they done to you this time, brother?
They're shirking their responsibilities, leaving us, their superiors, to chase around after them, finishing what they've done.
Did you have to finish someone's weeding in the garden again?
Yet again? I've had enough of it.
Stomping about like a bear. Now, that must have been Brother Sir Cater. He can't sleep and prays long into the night.
Salve Domini.
Praise be to Christ, brother.
Salve. Be well.
Brother Sir Cater, my friend.
What would you like?
No, I'm here because of Novice Lucas.
Only because that weasel wants to put an end to our nighttime fun.
I'd appreciate it if you treat him like...
If he isn't afraid of us, there's nothing to stop him ratting us out.
He hates you because you trample all over him and he has nothing to lose. If you show him just a bit of kindness...
Fine. You've convinced me. Beware of Lucas.
What do you mean?
He's a sodomite, a sinner. He might try to get you into the habit.
I'll decide for myself who I do and don't talk to.
What is it, brother?
God be with you.
Brother Sir Cater, my friend.
What would you like?
No, I'm here
Only because that weasel won't...
I'd appreciate it if you...
Well, if he isn't afraid of...
He hates you because you...
Fine. You beware.
What do you mean?
He's a sodom...
I read one of the manuscripts copied by one of the novices. I think I'm going to cry.
I didn't know that. Thanks for the warning.
More like infuriating. A horrible, abominable waste of parchment.
We were no different.
Preaching water, drinking wine. I've heard all sorts of talk about John. Preaching water but drinking wine. He's...
I've reported the cicadas to the prior. Their little nighttime festivities will soon end.
That's unbelievable. Thank you for your courage, brother. Now they're sure to leave us in peace. They won't want any more trouble with the prior than they already have. because now I know I can trust you, there's something I want to tell you. It's about Brother Antonius. I wouldn't like to say something that isn't true. God forbid I should cause harm by my words, but this is something I'm sure of. Novice Antonius is lying to us.
What makes you say that?
He claims he's a merchant's son from Vlashim, and that he joined the order voluntarily. The thing is, I spent a great deal of time in Vlashim. I know it like the back of my hand, and no one even remotely like Antonius has ever lived there.
Are you sure? Because this could mean that...
It's true, or Canute isn't my name. That would be my secular name, by the way, but that's not important. I know Vlashim, and I know the local merchants there, and I've never seen Antonius among them. Why would he be lying if he had nothing to hide?
Thank you for telling me. I'll look into it.
Young people have no respect for writing these days. God be with you. We were no different.
They say Cicada's John spends his nights drinking wine. What do you desire, brother?
I've heard you're from Vlashim.
Yes, why do you ask? And more importantly, where did you hear it? Since I'm quite sure I've never told you. Honestly, the monk...
Because I've heard otherwise. You aren't from Vlashim. You made it all up.
And who told you that? Whoever it was, he's a liar. It's complete nonsense.
I've heard you're from
Yes, why do you ask? And more importantly, where did you hear?
Because I've heard otherwise.
And who told you that?